to the stream. Thank you, Dirty Bubble, for the sub. 16 months. It's a long time. Long time I've been doing this. Now we're on RE9. So, let's get started. Welcome in, AFK. Thank you. So, yeah, already got items randomizing. Wasn't too hard to get working. Basically just like all the other RE Engine games. The only thing that they've done now with RE9 is just make it a lot harder to do custom content and mods. I don't know why they bother, because RE Framework cracks it within days. Unfortunately, one of the things they have done is just stopped packs from automatically loading now from the same directory, which means that if people do want to use this randomizer, they're gonna have to install RE Framework. Like, that's just a hard requirement now, because that's the only way you can get the game to load custom pack files or load custom override files. Bit annoying, but is what it is. Guess I should show you what I've done already. I'll just generate this change, and then you can have a look at what it's doing. So the moment I'm just going to generate standalone files in the natives directory. As I say, you can put a pack file in a folder called pack mods, and RE Framework will load that. But we don't need to do that at the moment while we're developing. So it's generated this file in natives, and then boot up the game. Yeah. You won't be able to get out of it this time. Recommend death. Well, I 100%ed the game yesterday, so I have all the challenges complete now, all the trophies and achievements. I can show that to you if I go to challenges, 50 out of 50. And I've unlocked everything. I wanted to make sure I did that before I did any rando dev, and yesterday I finished that, so it took me a whole single week from Friday to Friday to 100% the game. You just beat the game yesterday. I hope you enjoyed it. I completed the game last Saturday, so Friday and Saturday last, me and Emily did the game in sort of turn style. So Emily did the grey sections, I did the Leon sections. So if you want to see all of our reactions to seeing the game for the first time, you can watch the VODs for those, either on Twitch or YouTube. So one of the nice things about this is that Namsku has already made a really, really good trainer for this game. So if I open the trainer, you can have a look. At it. And a lot of these things are bound to hotkeys as well, so it's really, really easy to use, really convenient. We've got like invincibility. We can just increase the player speed slightly, or we can increase the game speed, which is good for just getting from A to B. Like I used it to get to this point because I didn't have a save file at the start of the care home, so I needed to run the game from the start, and I just used the trainer to go for it quickly. It's also got damage numbers, which is going to be really useful for people routing the game. And yeah, it gives you the player position as well, which is useful for the randomizer. Oh, and being able to quick save and load. That's all very cool. And then this is what I've done so far. This used to be a green herb, and now I've changed it to be a hit pouch, which I can pick up. And if you want to load pack files from pack mods, you use this thing called pack directory loading. That's on by default, I think. But I'm using loose file loader because that just loads any files straight from the natives directory for you. I used to use something called first natives, which did the same thing, but it's kind of just built into RE framework now. Thank you, Def, for modding the chat. Didn't even see that. Any need or both? I think so. I assume it's going to use the loose file loader as a priority, and then fall back to pack mods. I don't know how the order of the packs will be loaded. I just assume alphabetically, or however it's listed in the directory. So yeah, if you want your mods in a certain order, you might need to number them. Most mod managers usually have like a list, and you can reorder the list in how you want the mods to be loaded. So if you want some mods to prioritize over others in terms of what files they overwrite. Honestly, this should be how Fluffy works now. It shouldn't be editing the main pack files, and I guess it can't in this case just because of their protection against it. So Fluffy will now only be able to stash files into the natives directory or create pack files in the pack mods folder. Congratius Leon's Repsol. It'll be something that we hopefully try and do. So the team working on this at the moment is me, Namsku, Kus. In terms of development, Trey will hopefully be able to start testing it and balance it later on once we've got a lot of the stuff implemented. At the moment, he's just running the game, trying to get speed run times. So he'll be doing that for a while. But yeah, hopefully he'll come and test the rando as a few other people. Sure. Sure you want to test it as well, Def. And Curse will be looking at all the little things like, you know, making the game slightly more difficult or easier, changing all the weapon stats, trying to get weapons working on Grace and so forth. We've already got a selection of mods available on Nexus as well, which do various things like skip the intro, skip the orphanage. We've got a mod now that makes Leon available for the whole game, so you can play as Leon in all of Grace's sections. We can look at how those mods do various things and do the same thing for the randomizer. I think that it will actually make a quite good randomizer because, and I think this has just got better with each RE game that's been released, but they always make the game files very, very customizable. And there's a lot of really interesting stuff with how enemies and guns work, and it might be to do with perhaps DLC that they'll release in the future, like potentially a mercenary mode. I think there's a gimmick in the game where if you shoot an enemy, you get like health back, which is an interesting mechanic, which obviously isn't in the main game, but I don't know whether they're adding that because they're saving it for some DLC or whether it was just cut content. Who knows? So yeah, there's a lot of hidden stuff in the game that we might be able to use for the rando. And as we get more familiar with the engine, we can... I mean, if you've played the latest version of RE4 Rando, you'll know that we're gone quite heavy now with changing the level design. So adding new objects, gimmicks, ladders, doors, changing the doors, the locks, maybe even adding new items. Yeah, I mean, Grace's section's definitely more of a stealthy gameplay, but I think that's why some people aren't liking it as much. They don't want to be stealthy, they just want to kill every enemy. They want the ammo to do that. The problem with this game is that unless you play on casual, it's quite difficult to kill the enemies with just a handgun. And when you get to the lab section, those lickers are so lethal, even on casual, that you need... And you just never like have anything other than a handgun. I suppose you got the machine handgun in New Game Plus if you unlock it. With the randomizer, hopefully we can make it a bit more action based for Grace as well. Hello, Emily. Standard classic, you can kill most enemies, yeah. Just aim for the head. Find all the ammo, craft ammo. On Insanity, I expect you can do it. I mean, obviously you can do it. I'm sure Shiny Pockets will have found some route that lets him kill every enemy in the game, because that's what he likes to do. Right, so that's basically all I've got to show in the game at the moment. Next, I just need to start doing a load of coding now to randomize all the items. And then start adding some sliders and various things. Welcome in, Kuss. Right, so the game was crashing a couple of times, and it was because it's a new game. We haven't completely dissected the RSZ file at the moment. And I added a couple of fixes to that, which should now be in the REZ repository. That's why I have this if statement there, which only affected that item. So now I'm just going to blanket replace all the items in the game, apart from key items, just to get a feel of, is that going to work? Is it going to replace everything? Sorry to hear that, Curse. Particularly on the day that you said you were going to do all this BioRand dev. Sucks. Yeah, we're just talking about that, Lukey. I'm happy that that got made publicly available so quickly. I'm sure Tukus will be taking a good look at that so that we could potentially add something similar to the randomizer. How well does it work, though? I had a few pictures on... I saw a few pictures on Discord. Is it true that you can't collect blood as Leon? Yeah, well, that's good. That it wasn't, too difficult to do. I suppose it's kind of a blessing having the two characters because it means that they've kind of had to make the game work for a lot of every mechanic in the game. It's kind of got to work for both the game styles. So this is some randomization. That middle one isn't working properly. I can't even pick that one up, and the mesh hasn't changed. The lockpick has changed, and the mesh has changed for that. The ink ribbon... mesh has not changed, but it has changed the type of item it is. There's something wrong with that item. That mesh didn't get changed either. Interesting. So what I'm essentially doing is I'm going through all the game files, and for every item I kind of make a copy of the mesh so that I can then put it on a different item. I mean, if you want, yeah, you can do it as a patch. The idea of patches were that it happens prior to the modifiers and it can be exported as a standalone mod. But most of the time you probably want to do things as modifiers rather than patches. Oh. Thank you for the raid tray. How are the rest of your runs? I got something to show everyone before they all drop off. Let's have a quick look at what I've done. So go back to this. Right, for everyone disappears. This is what we've got so far. Okay, a couple of issues with the meshes, but this is green herb, right? Nope, it's an empty ink ribbon. If we go over here, we've got a lockpick. That's not normally there, and there's 42 of them. Nice. And then we've got a blood collector here, which looks like an ink ribbon, and an item I can't pick up because there's some issues with the randomizer at the moment. But yeah, that's essentially what I've been able to get working so far. So now we just need to get down into developing, getting all the items randomizing properly, sliders for everything. And then we'll work on enemies. This is also going to help with doing a lot of custom changes to difficulty and weapon changes, and maybe we can include some of the other mods that are already out, like all Leon or potentially an all Grace run. Yeah. You did do a run in the morning, though, didn't you? Because I came in when you were on the final boss. Yeah, it looked like you're almost to the point where you can do a full run. I mean, you might have a few deaths still, but you know, I think it's good to get some times down so that you have PBs to improve and proper split times. You can work out what to improve on. Obviously, if you die, then that's clearly a section to improve on. Try and get that consistency with all the dodges and whatnot. Yeah, I guess the problem is Grace can't parry. I wonder if Chris could do anything about that, but even if she doesn't have any counterplay, we can definitely give her, or hopefully we can give her some more guns and stuff to deal with enemies, make the enemies slightly easier to deal with by reducing their health values, even on insanity. But I don't know, I guess given the all Leon run mod, that sounds like Leon can do all the key items and puzzles just as much as Grace can. His inventory is massive though, so it doesn't really give you the survival horror aspect of the game. You probably need Grace for that. Yeah, and we can give all of those things like a lot earlier to her as well. Well, also, hopefully the new game plus doesn't affect the rando too much, because, you know, we want to be able to put a charm somewhere that you can pick up, and hopefully it doesn't just disappear because you've already got it. We want it so that when you pick up a charm, that's the charm that you have for that rando run from that point onwards. Same with weapons. But I don't know, something tells me it'll be like RE4R, where, you know, the skull shaker's just always in your box and you can't actually put it anywhere in the rando because it just assumes you already have it. Yeah, hopefully. Right, let's have a look at why this mesh hasn't changed. I guess we'll need to make a sheet with all the items so that we can tag them with information about whether to constrain them or various things like that. Oh, nice. I've already got some information about the enemies, but it's definitely not complete. Also based on what Namsku showed me. Some of these are guesses. Yeah, it'll be fun trying out these enemies. I really hope some of them work properly. Like, imagine if you could have the scary girls just walking around the care center, or punks. That'll be funny. What else? I feel like we're missing something. I'm missing Tyrant. I don't know what the ID is for Tyrant and Super Tyrant. D100 is the last boss, okay. Which version of it though? Okay. D100 is Nemesis. The Nemesis thing's a bit weird, isn't it? Because I thought Nemesis was the name of that specific tyrant. Not like the model, but I guess the name of that tyrant. But now it's essentially the model of tyrant. But they don't call the tyrant that's in the suit X Tyrant, do they? They could call it Tyrant X and Tyrant Nemesis, but they don't. They just call it a Tyrant and a Nemesis. And this is the first time that a Nemesis has been also a person with still has cognitive function, I suppose, and can talk and, you know, transform. Yeah, but Mr. X is not even the first iteration, is it? Because like the first iteration's in the lab in RE1, and like everything on him is exposed, and if you destroy him, he doesn't, you know, he's not as buff as he as the X model. So you've got essentially 3 different types. You've got the Tyrant from the first game, which is like a prototype, and then you've got the Mr. X, which I suppose is their first Tyrant that they can manufacture a batch of. But then Nemesis just seemed like a one-off type of Tyrant, which was a lot better, more clever. But yeah, in this game, it's like, well, a person can just be a Nemesis. It makes less sense to me. Oh yeah, I forgot about RE0. It's really difficult making RE0 because you've already got all this stuff in RE1, and then in RE0 you got to think, well, we can't like invent better stuff than what we already have in the first game. It's a bit like Star Wars, right? They already had they made the later sequels first, so when they made the prequels, they shouldn't be making technology that's better, theoretically, but they ended up doing so anyway. So a lot of the stuff in the prequels is a lot better than what you get in the sequels. And that's the problem with when you make things in the wrong order. I expect the Mr. X will not be that amazing in this game just because he doesn't have that ability to roam. But otherwise, he kind of works in a similar way. You can't kill him, but you can down him. Might have to reduce his HP a bit, so it's easier to down him. Yeah. We might have to do some hacks to get Grace to use things where she might not have the animations for. That's usually the problem. When you give stuff to characters that don't normally use it, they quite often lack the character rigging that they need for that. Like, they might be able to use it, but it will look really, really scuffed because they just don't have the animations for it. Yeah. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but like, I've already got some basic item randomization working. I'm just trying to figure out how to change. Well, I've been able to successfully change this mesh to the right thing, but something's not working with my automatic mesh changing. It works for this lockpick though. Like, that's a lockpick, and there's the mesh for it. It's quite funny that it says 42 lockpicks there. The reason is that for now I've just made it randomize the number of items you get of a pickup between 1 and the stack size, and obviously you can carry 42 lockpicks in a single slot item, which is quite funny, and that's why it's so high. Oh, thank you, Mokrini. I appreciate the sub. I don't know how long it's going to be before we get anything that's playable, but last week, it took me a whole week to 100% the game, but as after a couple of days, I just wanted to have a rando for it. So yeah, I was desperately trying to 100% the game before I did any rando dev, and I finished that yesterday. So I've got all the challenges complete now, all the unlockables. What am I looking for? Yeah, I wonder why it's not changed the mesh for that. Empty ink ribbon. Oh, it's because there is no mesh for an empty ink ribbon. What the hell is an empty ink ribbon anyway? It's just one of those. But there should be a mesh for it. Because they're here. Hang on a sec. No, it's called an ink ribbon tin. What the hell's the difference between an ink ribbon tin and an empty ink ribbon? Let's pick this up, see what it actually is. It serves no use. The hell? Maybe they said that you could use an ink ribbon and then it would turn back into a casing. Yeah, that is a bit odd though. Let's just not add that item for now. Yeah, that's alright, Dark Cookie. Hopefully this will be like the first rando that will come out the same month the game did. That would be great. It's unlikely, but it'll be faster than any other rando that's come out. That's the challenge anyway. Ivan Nikus, how you all doing? Have you all played the game now? You all enjoy it? I've enjoyed the game. I'm generally not that negative about RE games, apart from 6. I like all of them in their own way. And I particularly enjoyed this one as well. I think this is supposed to be gunpowder large and it's not showing at all. Let me just try again. Yeah, actually, so early in the week, before I kind of started doing actual randomization of this game, I was doing a lot of cleanup because we've got the 2R, 3R, village, 4R randos, and also a 7R is in progress. They're all using the same code, or a lot of the same code to randomize. So, but there was a lot of like duplication between them all. So I've done a big cleanup to consolidate them all to have this shared code base, and then each rando just does its own things specific to that game. And that's good because we can just improve. Like, if we improve something in the major code base, it should improve it for all randos. And also, it just makes it really quick now to make a new rando for an RE Engine game. Because all we do is we just essentially take an existing one and then make it, you know, just add the specific stuff for this game. This is how we're able to like just get randomizing so quickly, because we've essentially already done it several times now. And it, you know, the website, I've barely changed that since 4R, and it just works for 2R and village and 7 and this. Everyone keeps the same logins. This soundtrack's out of date now. Need to add a bunch of stuff from Requiem. Yep, all started with 4R. And using a third-party library to edit all the game files as well. Since then, I've made my own library, which improves on that. Right, that's better. So now we've got an empty injector. So it looks like if I put gunpowder, or certainly the large gunpowder, in a grey section, it just doesn't show up for. Oh, actually. No, I know. I think I might know why that didn't work. I forgot to add the resource to it. So when you do scene files, you actually need to add any like new resources it requires, like a mesh or something. It needs to you need to add that as a resource to the scene file. Add missing resources, that's it. You see, I already have this from 4 out, right? So I just call this function, which I already wrote ages ago. Don't have to do any new code. Let's go back to that, just to check. That should be gunpowder large. And hopefully this mesh should now be loaded. Nice. How would I go about adding extra weapons to Grace? Don't know, that's Cuss's problem. Probably similar to how we did it for RE4R, right? With Ada and Leon. The Requiem is the key, right? Because that's the only gun that both Grace and Leon use. So if we just look at how the Requiem works and then apply that to every other weapon, hopefully both characters can use every weapon. Okay, so now I've got the mesh loaded, but I still can't pick it up, and that makes sense. Grace can't pick up this item. There might be a file somewhere that says what items she can and cannot pick item. Although it's interesting, because if you try and pick up the what do you call it, the CP wrist bracelet things, it actually says I don't need to use this right now. And the same for Leon. If Leon tries to pick up an antique coin, he's like, I don't need to pick this up. So I don't know how the game's doing that. Maybe they just didn't bother with gunpowder because there's no gunpowder in the care home. I wonder what this item is. So there's a lockpick and a blood collector nearby. Looks like it's also in this file. There's a lot of items in this file though. Yeah, you see, here's the problem now. There's a lot of items, and we kind of need to go through every single one and say where exactly that item is. What room is it in? And do you need any specific key items to get it? Essentially, Cookie, the game just has lots of files that define attributes. So there'll be a file that defines all the attributes for items. Let me see if I can get that up. What's the file called? Item catalog, level design, item user data, right. So this file contains all the items in the game, and for each one, it even says like what category of item it is, which is nice. But also, I believe this is the maximum count you can have in a single slot. And then this is the number of slots it takes up. And you can see here we've got overwrite, shape data, user 1, 2x1. My guess is that that's Grace's size that it takes up, and this is Leon's size that it takes up. I'm trying to think if Grace actually has any items that do take up more than one slot. This might be like the image that it shows in the inventory. I wonder though if they have actually implemented the code for having more than one slot taken up with a item though, and then just never used it. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So it sounds like they kind of implemented it, but then never fully implemented it. Okay. That's just a limitation then, I guess. But yeah, that's essentially an example of how something like that works in this game. And that's why it's so easy to mod these games, because a lot of these files, you just have plain English of what all the things are. You can just kind of figure it out easily and change stuff easily. Hence why there's so many mods already for this game. All you do is you just look at the files, you look at something like that, you think, oh, okay, that's probably controlling this, I change it, oh, and it works. Okay, let's make a mod. Or in this case, a randomizer. I already successfully removed an item from the game. I expect I could probably add an item quite easily as well, like a new item position. You might be able to give Grace a small... Well, wait, you're talking about a Leon type inventory. I thought you meant just like less slots to begin with. Like, rather than starting with 4x2, she just starts with 4x1. That'd be funny. Okay, so this... Okay, you said that there's a sheet already. Let's have a look. Do you have a link to the sheets? Ooh. I guess this tab is... I think might have already done what you were doing there, because if we go into item repository, I've already got all the names of all the items, and that is because I just mapped the item catalog to the message file, which has all the item names. So some things you can very easily get a list of. But yeah, I guess what we really want to do now is document all these items. I'm going to need to generate the sheet, I think. Let's do that first. Right, so I think we'll start off with column for the file name. Which I probably won't use, but it will be useful for the sheet. A column for the GUID. I want to put the coordinates as well. Where's the transform? Rotation. Just quadriform. Euler angles. Your pitch roll. Yeah. All right. Let me just check the RE4R sheet to see what I might want. Oh, it's pitch your roll. And then that will be tags. Include, probably exclude for now. Maybe the room that it's connected to, or node. Actually, let's not do include exclude first. Not at that stage. We want one for description now. So, GUID, description. I don't think there's anything to do with stages in this game, which is quite nice actually, because that was always annoying to deal with. Just double check that. Not using it. Yeah, it's literally just a position, no stages. I mean, that's pretty, it's not far off, is it? I think it's just trying to say it should have been Claire in this game, not Grace. It would have been nice if Claire actually got mentioned in the game as well. Thank you for the Prime sub physical. How have your randos been lately? You still doing the permadeaths? Ah, fair enough. I moved in October, so almost 5 months ago now. So quite settled in. I haven't streamed much, but maybe that'll change now that I'm working on this. It's always more exciting working on a brand new rando than just updating 4R forever. The only problem we've really run into is that RE9 have added a load of extra security measures to stop modding. So you can't just drop a pack file into the game directory anymore. They literally just refuse to load it. That means that RE framework is a hard requirement now. It can load pack files in a folder called pack mods, or it can load files straight from the natives folder in the game directory. So yeah, that's annoying because it does mean that we now have to have that extra dependency, which some people might not. It just adds a bit of extra complexity to the installation process, right? For those that aren't familiar with RE framework. On the plus side, and Kuss will love this, I don't think Fluffy's going to get in the way as much now. I mean, sure, other people could be using mods that interfere with the rando, but Fluffy is no longer going to mess with the vanilla pack files, because it can't. The vanilla pack files will now be corrupted. Because what would happen is you'd tell people to uninstall other mods, and they do that, and then it still doesn't work. And it's because the game directory is just so messed up with all of their fluffy mods constantly editing and restoring the pack files. Thank you, Master Dean, for the sub. How have you been? To be fair, all of that was Trey Mole. Like I set up the system for doing it, and then I was like, here you go, Trey, have fun. And he may have had a bit too much fun. Every day just became, what else can I do to chapter 4? And I mean, you might have seen some of the problems that have been occurring. It's when you start doing that many changes to the level, obviously a lot of things can easily break, and that boat has been a cause of a lot of the problems. AFK managed to get the boat working, an additional boat to the one that you already have in chapter 3, but it took a lot of messing around, and even then there's still a few problems that occur. Yeah, it's put a lot of hours into it. Let's put it that way. And then we were also in a big rush to try and get that out in RE9 before RE9 came out. So yeah, that's why we only got to chapter 4. We also, based on how complicated it was getting, the way we were doing it didn't really scale. We were using Google Sheets to easily add all of these new events, and due to the number we have now, the number of rows there are on the sheet, like Google Sheets, is getting really, really slow. So we need to come up with a better way of doing it. And it's very complicated because when you make lots of events, and some can happen simultaneously in a run, you got to make sure they can't interfere with each other. And then when you've got that many events, different events, there's just millions of possibilities and combinations. There's no way you could possibly test them all. So that's another reason why you might get a lot of weird things happening. Yeah. He does put a lot of time into it and does a good job. Yeah, that's right. Insane amount of potential points of failure. Hello, hit me, Jerry. Here you go. Here's solid evidence that I have I am working on the rando. You 100%ed the game yet? I did. I 100%ed it yesterday. I got my final challenge, which was to run Insanity. And I did the no healing challenge on casual standard, and I don't know why. I guess I just started it and I thought, you know what, I might as well do this at the same time. And I just thoroughly regretted it. I should have done the no damage, the no healing one on casual, because every time I got hit, I was like, well, I might as well just restart and try again. It just turned into basically a no damage run. Like I had infinite ammo, but even then, it's still really easy to mess up. The section on the rooftop with the mortars. Like it took me several attempts to figure out a route that would stop me from getting hurt at all. And then after I did all of that, Leon gets full healed anyway when he gets to the RPD. So it's a waste of time trying to be so careful. I think I had Grace on caution for like the whole second half of the game because she doesn't get re-healed. Oh, actually, one thing is the steroids don't count, so use those if you can, and they don't count towards the using health items. So that's often a get out of jail free card. Welcome in, Gaunter. What am I looking for? Split text columns. That's it. I guess it is like the RE4R catapults. You know, it's always going to be tough at the beginning, but once you've figured out the positions of all the enemies that you need to snipe and where from, it's quite doable. My route was I'd go up the stairs, I'd shoot that first one, I'd go round the fence, kill the 2 people that come out from behind the building, shoot the second guy with the mortar, go up the ladder, and I'd just beeline for this building, the opposite side. And then you got to make sure you kill those people that have guns near the bit near the building with the chip. And then you can kind of snipe the other mortars from there. But you're also shielded from the building, from the mortars themselves. So the only thing you need to worry about is the actual zombies that come towards you. There's one zombie that comes towards you with a grenade. They're like running towards you to suicide bomb you, so you got to deal with him first. And also the guy in the distance with the gun. Once you're done with those, you can kill the others and the mortar people. That's what I found as the strat. And then once you learn this, every time you do that section, it doesn't feel as bad because you know what you got to do. You do it quickly, so you're not constantly, you know, you're not going to come to that bit again and say, "Oh, this bit." Because I know nobody really likes it, but if you can do it well, it won't feel so bad the next time you do it. Yeah, pretty good Gonta. We got basic item rando working. So now I'm kind of creating a sheet of all the items in the game so that we can sort of say where they are. We need that for the key items, and also to say, you know, what items should be for Grace, what items should be for Leon. Because if you put in something like gunpowder, Grace can't pick that up, or would you be able to use it? Not until we've got like not until we've got other features that perhaps allow Leon doing the Grace bits, or just allow Grace to use those items. I guess for now, you know, I'm just trying to do simple things before it gets too complicated. Yeah, I did the under 4 hour run. That was my second run ever. I just did it on casual, and I would basically figure out where I need to go. I'd do it, and if I did go the wrong way or something, or I messed up, I'd just restart. My time, I didn't lose time on it. It's a good way of like learning the optimal route through the game as well. Yeah, I guess that's the better way to do it AFK, is just to use the game files to control a lot of these things. Welcome in, Ski. Yeah. I haven't been streaming much, but I think with the new rando dev, maybe I'll do that. Thank you for that trailer though. Like, I already used that to get, like, I didn't have a save file at the start of the care home, so I started a new game, and yeah, being able to just chuck on game speed max and infinite health, I can get to that bit really quickly on insanity. And I was able to do quick save on any slot, which was useful. The only I did die a few times still, because obviously you lock the HP value, but anything that insta kills you can still insta kill you. It's not a big deal. I think what would be nice then is perhaps some sort of overlay that told you the position and rotation in Euler coordinates for the protagonist. A bit like what the BioRand does. And then I think later on we'll want something that tells you the state of the finite state machines. So just what states you're currently on. Oh, no rush to do these things. They're just like things that I think we'll need at some point to help us make the randomizer. Yeah. Does this actually have the same name? Guard office. Guard office. Green herb. The game crashes when I turn on Object Explorer. Yeah, game objects display. If I enable that, it crashes. Even with, well, I only tried on legacy mode, because usually without legacy mode it'd crash. I don't know if you've had any issues with that. Yeah. Bit annoying. I guess Prey Dog needs to fix that still with RE9. I mean, it's not actually been released yet, as it's still, you can only get it through the nightly build. So. Still unstable after the 5th March update. I don't know what you mean, because the 5th of March update is the game, right? When the game is patched. Not when RE Framework was released. There's RE Framework builds every day. I should have been this. Oh, and assign difficulty. That'd be useful. Alright, let's already update framework. I'm using one quite recent. Have a quick look. Okay, if we go to I mean, March the 5th, right? If you're talking about that, that's 2025. That's not useful to you at all. What you need to do is you click releases, and then you want to click newer builds can be found here. And then the last build was yesterday at 11:48 AM GMT. This is the one I'm using, and it's working for what I need it so far. Don't know about the one on Nexus. I always grab it from the source. Welcome in, Hot Potato. How's it going? I don't know how much of the RE4 Lua script will be relevant to this game, but yeah, you could do that in terms of just the basic overlay. The game doesn't have like flags in the same way RE4 does. It uses FSMs, and expect the characters just work. The enemies work in a completely different way too. Oh, but it'll be useful for the ability to like add extra spawn points for enemies and items. Yeah, I'm working on it already. I mean, it's only been a week, but I've 100%ed the game now, so I've got nothing left to do but to make randomizer. Oh, question Namsku. Does wall hack exist in the trainer? What did I think about the game? I loved it. I'm generally not negative about RE games, apart from 6. It's the only one I truly don't like at all. But I think every other game has their own good things about it. I mean, 4 hours still going to be my favourite, but I enjoyed this game quite a lot. And I welcome it to the series. I also think that it could be quite a good randomizer, so just because there's a lot of potential. Like the idea, like that they revisit the idea of Liam dying from a virus. When what was the idea? You mean 3.5? Is that like something they were going to make instead of CV or something? Alright. Don't know about that. The thing is, they can't really kill Leon off when he's the protagonist, probably the most liked protagonist of the series, and I think they want to continue using him in games and films. By films, I mean the CGI movies, because he's in almost all of them. I just don't see them killing off their best character. But they kind of gave people the alternate universe where he does, with that alternate ending, but obviously it's not canon. And yeah, I don't know if I would have liked the game as much if he did die, to be fair. Yeah. I'd much rather Chris die than Leon. Are there any other items in this room? It's just a examine thing. As is that. I guess it's the key card in here. I wonder if I can change that actually. That'd be interesting to see. So it'd be this one, rest ring key card. I also noticed you got Requiem 1 bullet, so I wonder if you change that, she just starts with a different weapon. Hook, man. I don't know, maybe they'll make another Resident Evil game where there's like pirates or something. And then you can have your hook, man. The enemy spawns will be interesting, and because there's a lot of enemy. There's actually quite a lot of different enemy types in this game, but how many of them will actually just work in a normal environment? We don't know. For example, what happens if you put those scary girls from the orphanage in the room with you? Do they function correctly? Yeah, some of the enemies are way too big anyway, like Chunk can obviously only go in certain places. How their movement will work, I don't know, because a lot of their AI is scripted. Tyrant will be interesting. Spiders. And yeah, the elites. Hunk. How's Hunk gonna work if you have lots of him? Oh yeah, I mean, if you want to watch my reaction to the game, you can do so, because there's a VOD of us playing it. But yeah, I was very happy to see those spiders, because, you know, they just weren't putting them in 2R or 3R. I just assumed it was like, oh, some people have arachnophobia, so we can't do that. But they obviously did in the end, and it was very cool to see spiders in RE Engine. When I first saw Plant 42, I actually thought that was Gravedigger, because on the train, its head kind of looked a bit like a worm, I suppose, but you know, obviously it turned out to be Plant 42. But yeah, I was just thinking, are they just going to like add things that were cut from RE3R into this game? We got the spiders, we have Gravedigger, we could have like a clock tower that's kind of half fallen down. Yeah. The hunk reveal was pretty unexpected as well. I like that. A lot harder than Krauser though. I find it hard to get the parries at the right time. Well, all I know, Potato, is that it's the same voice actor. It's doing the same voice. So for for now, I'm gonna just call him Hunk until Capcom say otherwise. Obviously, the Wesker clone was not Wesker, even though it was the Wesker voice. But at least that commander, obviously could be Hunk. Someone said, oh, but Hunk's probably like 70 now. Yeah, but he obviously has some virus in him because he's doing like fancy moves that you wouldn't be able to do as a human. Maybe he's, a lot better than his age because of that. In the same way that the Xeno had the Wesker powers. Yeah. Looks like he's just, come out of the blitz. Yeah, exactly. Obviously they've deliberately wanted him to be Hunk in this game, or to make you think he is Hunk. Not just a coincidence. Whereas with Xeno, it's like, oh, let's put in a Wesker-like villain in the game. Even though he's obviously not Wesker, we'll just make him as close to Wesker as possible. I just said Top Potato, though. He has special powers from virus, so the age doesn't mean anything when you've got that. When I finished this game and Leon was like, oh, you can still save Emily, I thought that was like, yeah, Q DLC. DLC is just going to be that, saving Emily. But I mean, it still might be. We don't know. It's like in RE8, you saw that cutscene of Rose as a young adult, and then the DLC is, you know, from that cutscene. Yeah, hopefully we can use the rando to create a more of a new game feel. In other words, not starting with a load of charms and weapons in your box. That would be good. Private Emily. Okay, so what I'm going to do is maybe if I just get rid of that, we'll see what happens. Because I'm curious as to whether we can randomize that key card given that you automatically get to pick it up. I don't know what happens if you run out of space though. We ought to try that. No, I don't have the patience for speed running. Or no damage. If I was going to speed run, it would just be casual and I would not be trying to get world records or, you know, beat PBs that I'll never be able to beat. I hate restarting things from the beginning. Of course, I've already done this cutscene, which means I've already got the key card. Let's go to this one. I just bought a 5080. I had a 3080 before, and it was playing it quite well, but I was getting stutters. Do I still get stutters? Definitely when I pick up an item, I was getting real bad stutters. I don't know if I'll be able to show it here because these aren't key items. But yeah, every time I pick up an item, there's just this massive, like, the FPS would just drop horribly. I don't know why. And then I feel like it does it less with this 5080. But I was also getting pretty bad stuttering on the Leon Raccoon City section, probably because it's just a big open world area. And yeah, that happens less with the 5080 now. It's not like I can do top settings, but I think it just does the DLSS better and more consistently at higher resolutions. But the game would run on a 1070 as well, because I still have one of those, and yeah, you were kind of just limited to low graphics and 1080 and 60 FPS. As soon as so when I first loaded up the game, I put on path tracing. That was a big mistake. I mean, the first cutscene ran fine, but as soon as it loaded that outside area with Grace in the city, it just went to like 10 FPS. I was like, wow, okay, there's way too much stuff going on in this scene. Yeah, path tracing. That'll be that's a future-proof option, right? That'll be in 30 years' time when we can turn that on. Well, I still got this card. Let me just double check. Double check that actually did get changed. Rest ring key card. No, it didn't get changed. What the hell? Am I not generating? Oh, that's the wrong line to comment out. It was this one here. That's okay. I'm gonna make a specific change for this item. What? Let's try a different key. Pantry key. Random amount 1. Let's see if that gives us the pantry key. If I do that cutscene. That's the wrong one. I need this so far. I still got the rest key card. Let's try one more time. No, it's still getting the rest key card. So this is obviously stored somewhere else. Although there's an item for it, randomizing it does nothing. I wonder what happens if you've got an inventory full of stuff though. Maybe then does it get randomized? That's the wrong one again. Check my inventory after. What does that mean? I mean, I really did pick up the rest key card. No, I did check it. It had put a rest key card in my inventory. Right. Let's just put loads of stuff so I can't possibly pick up that key card now. See what happens. Leave and close. No, it's still rest key card. What's going on here? Where else would that be stored? Literally changed the item for that. And the mesh. Let's have a look at the coordinates. Wait, minus 17? Yeah, that is correct. So that is where the item is in the files. It's not changing. Interesting. I'm playing on Insanity. While I'm looking at the files and there's only one rest key card, that's the thing. I don't see another one unless I'm not looking at a file that contains it. It might not be in like the item folder. I think that's the only place I look for. You know, it could be in any of these other things, but I mean, the other thing I could try doing is restarting the game, just in case it is some sort of weird cache issue. So if I make it look at a few more files, might take longer, because there's a lot more. No, it's still only found one. Try every scene file in the game. This will take ages, probably. Oh. The other thing is, you got the Requiem with one bullet, also as an item placement. But in that case, you don't actually. It doesn't say that you picked it up. It just is already there in the inventory. There's still only one rest key card, so yeah, it's not in a different file. Let me try just restarting the whole game. if it's anything to do with that. I'll double check. I'll go into... Oh, God. I better delete that. Yeah, the randomizer doesn't actually delete the latest folder. So if I edit a file and then I don't edit it again in the next build, it doesn't delete it. Right, so we got... what file is it in? Chapter 302. This one. So I open that up. And then... This is the key item. Which is set to pantry key now. And the mesh should have also changed. That's the thing, the mesh should have changed. It might just be a cache issue. Let's try again, opening the game. Because like even crit into the, if you crit to the main menu, that doesn't force the files to reload. You have to like load a different save game that's in a completely different area. So I was loading a save game that was in the Ark, hoping it would unload all care home files. Let me just pick up stuff. Oh, okay. That was it. It was it obviously just hadn't unloaded that file. Nice. Okay. Ooh. A lighter. Guess that does nothing. Wow. I'm sure we could move the card reader to a different spot, but it would still open this door. You might be able to move this door to a different spot. You could like swap these doors together, I'm sure. Namsky is the door expert. He did a lot of this stuff in 2R. I don't know how similar this game is for doing that sort of stuff. Because I also wonder whether we can, you know, have more than one of them, but it depends. It might just store like a global flag to say that you've unlocked the card reader. And that means all doors that use it will be unlocked.
No!
The one thing I do want to do
Who'd have thought a whale could
is
be so heavy? Cheese it, the fence!
I want to get rid of this door here because it is. Huh? I didn't know she said that. It must be in this area if you shoot the Requiem. She says that. It's funny. Yeah, this door. Why is it here? Why can we not go through it? It's just really annoying. Like, what the hell was the point in this? No, you got to walk all the way around. Stupid. I want to be able to go back through here. So I want to get rid of this gate so that we can go back into Leon's first section. And I also want to be able to go back into this section, Grace's first section, with the nurse's station. So get rid of that door, get rid of that gate, get rid of that door. I don't know what's through that door. Maybe nothing. I guess... Is this where Leon walks in? No, it can't be. That doors just goes to the... that you come back through that way from the nurse's isolation. Sorry. From the... basement, that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe we can replace the texture of this to the BioRand logo or something. Order you Pizza Hut. Or buy you Pizza Hut. I don't know what you want. I haven't got pizza tonight. We'll be having carbonara. That's right, Nemsky. Yet another day of not eating pizza. You want more burgers? Why don't you cook one then? Being healthy. Pizza carbonara? Nah, just it's normal carbonara. I don't know what pizza carbonara would even look like. Would it just be egg and spaghetti on the pizza? Kidney problems. Isn't that to do with like fluid though, rather than what you eat? How about a nice cheesania? So I think it's really, it looks really obvious how how it, so each item, it basically says what difficulty levels it should appear for. So I think we can just ditch all of that so that all items appear whatever difficulty you're on. And then obviously we randomize it. So if you've got your ink ribbon slider and ink ribbon tin slider up, then that would be it would use it. People that didn't want to play with ink ribbons could just turn that down. I imagine Trey will just get rid of ink ribbons entirely and only give you ink ribbon tins. No doubt those ink ribbon tins could be crafted to make like ammo, or initially I thought the ink ribbon tin was like the equivalent to RE7's powder. That wasn't the case. Essentially, RE7 lets you craft heals or ammo depending on what you need with the same type of item. Right, so we got, what I've done is I put this keycard in care.medication and these in care.guard office. The idea is that we're going to have that item IDs. Call this graph. This will be like what I did for RE7. Call this node edges. Or we'll call this care.guard office. Care.medication. And then what we basically say is that the guard office connects to the medication room, and it doesn't require anything to get there. Then we have actually, does the trainer have a way of adding items? No. I guess we'll just call this player.rest 1f. No, rest.1f corridor. Actually, I'll put floor first. 1f dot rest. Corridor. And then we'll make a new node called care.hall. which the guard office connects to. Put that there. And then the care hall connects to the 1F West corridor. Oh, yeah, can't do it that way. Let's do this instead. This requires West Wing keycard. And then we have parlor, don't we? So air.1 air parlor, which this connects to. And that takes the red jewel. We also have access to the kitchen. The kitchen has access to the pantry. And that requires the pantry key. We have to this will be interesting with the key, because I assume key to make sure you get the key level items in the right order. Right, so it'll be a bit silly, because once if you find like the third one first, that just gives you access to all the others, and no point finding the first and second. Oh, nice. So, well, that um, when you say you've got toggles and sliders, have you already like pushed that to the website? Ah, nice. Hey, Albert. Welcome on in. So you were playing the. Did you play the All Leon? I know I was lurking when you were playing the intro and orphanage skit. But yeah, how you doing? Hope you enjoyed RE9. Yeah, I mean it looks like there's a few restrictions, but it looks pretty good from what I've seen pictures of, and I think we'll want to put some of that stuff into the randomizer, like RE9 more than 7.8. I probably agree as well. I think it just has I suppose RE7 lacks depth in sort of like the enemy types. It's got plenty of puzzles, so like it does that bit well. It's just not great on the variety. RE8 kind of has a bit of variety, less puzzles and stuff. This has a good mix. The thing with this game is there's only like you got monsters, but in terms of villains, you got Xeno and Victor. You don't even fight Xeno. You only fight Victor. RE8 is much, and 7 is a lot better in terms of every villain you come across, you get to have a boss fight with. And they're all quite interesting villains as well. It's the same with RE4 as well. Every villain character you come across, you have a boss fight with. You move on to the next one. But yeah, that wasn't the case here. You just had like a hunk reveal, boss fight, and then Victor at the end. He turns into a nemesis. Thank you, Solid Pat. Oh, don't worry. We'll try and get those chunks everywhere, but you know what would be better? A bunch of those scary girls from the orphanage just walking around the care home. I have no idea if that would even work, but you can guarantee we'll try. What are you... let me show you something. Because this surprised me until I did it. Right. That's literally all the puzzles in this game. Like, forgetting key items, because there's not that many anyway. This is the actual difference. Like, these are all the different puzzles in the game. Leon doesn't have a single one. This is all of Grace's puzzles. You got the moon, sun, star thing. You got the box of the organ in. And all the others are just locks. They're just lockers with numbers. That's it. In RE2R, you had at least 5 different types of puzzles. You had... You had the thing that Sherry does with the blocks. You had the sort of weird icons in the lab. You had the RGB puzzle. You got the the portable safes that everyone hates. You got the sort of puzzles where you have to get like 2 different pieces or several different pieces. Yeah. Which in this, I guess, is the same as the organs, but that was kind of the only one. The bracelet ones, well, RE2 had that as well. You had like the lockers where you put in the key caps, and you might choose one or the other. And then you also had the actual safes as well. Oh, and the the 3-letter locks as well. Yeah, so many puzzles in RE2R, and this is all we get in RE9. Bit of a disappointment. But, as Chris said, maybe we can make our own. Obviously, making our own from scratch, probably not going to happen. But, right, there's a suitcase in the stars room, which takes 3 letters. Maybe we can put a bunch of those in places, and a document to go with it that says what the letters are. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd bother doing anything with that final puzzle thing. Because I kind of don't want to. I don't want the randomizer to cheat people for those challenges. But if you mean just having a clue be scan the hand and it gives you like something useful for a puzzle, then yeah, we could do that actually. And the hand could be anywhere really. Like the hand, you could just find the hand in the guard office, right? wrong one. Transfusion bag. That looks right. So this is in care home, kitchen, transfusion bag. And this is in care dot kitchen. One F dot kitchen. Oops. Oh, do I not have? I do. Yeah, the invincibility is not amazing on this train. Just still get insta killed. Did you add the resource of the mesh to the scene file? What is she doing? Don't say that. I need to shoot again. I don't know why I tried to parry. It's ridiculous how, you know, many shots this guy takes in the rec room. Yeah, so when you change the mesh, you just need to make sure that I think R-Easy does it for you, but yeah, it needs to be in under resources needs to have the mesh, otherwise it won't load it. That's an antique coin. Oh, that he drops that. Okay. Yeah, you know, we'll definitely try and get Grace using all the weapons. We'll look at the Requiem and how that works. It'll be to do with like animations and things like that. I thought R-Easy did it for you, but maybe not, or maybe you have to do something. I don't know, but yeah, it does let you add a new resource, so just make sure you do that. New trainer. Okay, let's have a look. What have you added? Did you push? It still says 2 days ago. Oh, in my BioRand. I'm not in a position to pull, but I will just download it from the repo, I guess. BioRand. Merge branch. Have you not got rebase pull? Sorry, pull rebase. What the hell is this? Merge branch. seem to have lost all my options now. Need the lib folder. Oh, okay, yeah. What I'm going to do is create a sim link. Slash D lure. And then it was... Oh, that should be fine, right? Let's move lure to trainer. Oh. Right, okay, so RE framework doesn't recurse. Dev overlay. Show debug info at the top left of the screen. I didn't see no overlay. Oh, probably not. Where's the best place to get that from? I mean, I could copy one from Mari 4R, but I don't know if that will work. It might be really old. And this is from 2024. Do you think that will work? This is a Lua script. I thought it was a DLL. Don't you need the DOL as well? Oh, not that one. I could try cop. Okay. Let's try that. Might need to restart the game. Cool. Thank you. It's so quick at doing this. Does this work as well? 0 game objects found. Well, look at all those enemies. Show span. Show span. You can select the spawn. I can select the spawn. Oh, nice. That's weird. Well, bit scuffed. Nice. This is really good. I like this. I'm just thinking, right? Can I just move the player into this room by this? So if I make this 2, 35. Is it doing some sort of clever check to make sure that you don't glitch through into rooms that you're not allowed to go in yet? The thing is, you got bookmark, right? So if I bookmark this position, right, and then load this save, it's doing some clever stuff to stop this from working. It looks like IGT should be showing above here, since it makes room for it, but it doesn't actually show. Is it like a font I need? No problem, official. I think there's a lot of potential with a rando for this game as well. There'll be not just things in a different place, but there'll be a lot of mechanics that will add the quality of life and change it from the vanilla game. Nothing but vegetables. You need to get some protein. Have those burgers that you were talking about. Get a Five Guys delivered if you can. Why not? Yeah, but they don't put it in their burgers, do they? Or is it the contamination that you're worried about? Yeah. Okay. Well, that rules that out, and yeah, and okay. Wow. There must be like maybe some independent ones you could do that are similar. Burger King. Burger King, I like the burgers, but everything else I much prefer Macca's fries, and the nuggets are better. Okay. Okay, so what I'm trying to do now is a basic key randomizer. I've put a few rooms together and the key items they require to get from one another. Nice, nice. What do you have to do to get it working then? The correct API calls. Which is what though? Like what APIs are you needing to call? See. Every now and then my VS just crashes when debugging. Locks up completely. what's being coded? What's being cooked? An RE9 randomizer. If you maybe go back earlier in the VOD, you'll see items being randomized. So now I'm just sort of creating a basic key randomizer. We've also got Namsku here making useful tools to help us make the randomizer, and Kuss as well, yeah, who's been doing some of the difficulty adjustments. They don't use de novo anymore. They got rid of all of that. They use the other one. But this stuff, it doesn't prevent us from modding. However, they have added some other stuff to RE9 which does prevent modding, which RE Framework deals with. But it unfortunately means that we have a hard requirement now for RE Framework. No, but you know, it's just a simpler installation process. If you could just tell people, like, you just download this one single pack file and you put it in the same directory as your game. Done. That's the rando. Now we're gonna have to be like, okay, you have to first install RE Framework for this place, and some people might not have ever done that before, know how to do it. But yeah, thank you for the good luck. Hopefully we get some good stuff out soon. It is, yeah. At a minimum. Potentially we could redistribute the DOL with the rando. I think Milek is a more dumb in Requiem. I don't know, because I'm not that. I don't play 2R that much. So I don't know how they differ. I know that in 2R you can basically just knife it a couple of times and it dies. You go around the back and you stun lock it. Can't do that in Requiem with Grace. They just seem more dangerous because, yeah, one hit death from them in Grace. And I'm surprised it doesn't already exist. I was trying to think what like the first meme mod would be for this game, because in 2R it was the like Thomas the Tank Engine for Mr. X. That was the meme mod everyone had to know about and see in videos. For RE8 it was Chris's head and Rose's baby head swapped. That was the meme mod for that game. So I was just trying to think what the meme mod for this game would be. I've already seen Shrek's head on Chunk. So potentially it could be that. don't know. Expecting something more. Oh yeah, the but that, I mean, that was something. The fly swatter was already in the game, right? So the only thing that people did was just change the clothes to be a bit more. Don't know. I've been looking at items, but you know, only literally changing the mesh and the type. That's it. I haven't been like changing all the fields to see what they do. Is that on the item definition or the instances of items? What file is that in? In catalog. Hmm. Cool. Yeah, I'll check into your dev stream, Nemsky. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for all the little tools. Yeah. Well, I mean, the spawn system is kind of like a mix of a village and RE9. I think it's better than village, but um, yeah, it's not as simple as RE4 remake. Oh, sorry, it's. I mean, it's a mix between village and RE4, but it's not as good as RE4, but it's better than village. Probably the finite state machines. There are files usually have level flow in the name, and they have a load of game objects which refer to each state, and then there'll be a bunch of components which like control the transition to the next state, and possibly whether specific enemies should spawn in. Nice. I'm curious, if I take these things here, can I go to these places before I've done the Emily cutscene? Interesting, there's no enemy here, so that enemy doesn't spawn in, I guess, until later? The chef. He's not spawned in either. Don't know why I can't pick up that item. Yeah, I guess none of the enemies spawn until you've done that Emily cutscene. I've even got the wristband, so. Oh, I can't pick up this herb as well. Again, that might be me just messing about with the items. Yeah, it's probably just specific items that are broken. This would be a good test. If I haven't done the Emily cutscene, does this bulldozer cutscene happen? Do you have all the DLC and separate rays? Thank you. Yeah, sorry about the ads. What I said was, do you have separate rays and all the DLC? Oh, I'll say it again. Do you have all the DLC and separate rays? Okay. That's like, I'll show you. The separate race DLC is currently required for the randomizer to function correctly. That isn't to say that there aren't still a few issues around with random events. It was rushed a bit to get it out before RE9, so there are some issues. But if you do not have separate rays, then some of them will just plain out not work properly, and you'll end up with like the map not loading, and possibly like the guns DLC not working potentially, or the bonus weapons. Yeah. Is that confirmed then? Because is it just down to separate rays? Because I thought Matt had it once, and he would have had everything. Hello, Mage. Thank you for the lurk. reset. Ah, nice. We've got a chapter now. What else did he mention? No clip is F2. F2 as well as player speed. Oh god. Let's get rid of this. A moment. Yeah? F2. How did I get so high? Oh, one sec. Yeah, I know. Has he sort of disappeared now? Or does he still talk? Once he had deleted all his mods and downloaded S separate. Oh yeah, I was saying to Namsky you should just add a thing to RE2R so that it says only if like make something appear but only on the ray tracing version to say this will not work. Okay, cool. So that no clip works now. Very nice. I'm gonna try something. Can I go back to this bit? Oh no. They unloaded it. That's really annoying. For some reason I've lost my ability to rotate. Okay, that's pretty cool. What about the Leon section? Is that also unloaded? Where would that be? This way? Yeah, it's unloaded. Well, or maybe not. Right. Interesting. So actually the Leon section still loads in just fine. I mean, there's obviously some issues, but maybe something we could just fix. It's weird that it loads in when you're actually in the area. but not this section for some reason. Oops. The game likes to kill you if you go out of bounds too much. I suppose collision doesn't take that much memory, so what they were really trying to do is just unload the mesh, since that's the thing that's gonna give you the most performance. Yeah, it'd be good if that can all like work. That's a cool thing. Remote storage. Just open the item box anywhere. How does this work then? Jump to... I'm on 3-2 at the moment. What happens if I jump to 3-1? Maybe it doesn't work if I've already done it. Jump to 3-10. Crash. Okay. Guess that. It'll work. Don't have the ability to edit mod stuff for the library, right? Nope. Well, no. I mean, I'd started something ages ago, which you've already seen. Did you see, though, that there was a pull request on our Easy? If you go to our Easy repo and you look at pull requests, mod FSM read write save, but this was done on December the 13th. Can't stand 101 editor editing FSM. It takes 10 minutes to load, so I made this. I noticed that Claude seems to be co-author of these commits, so possibly done with a bit of AI help, but the pull request has not been commented on by Battlezone, so yeah, I don't know what's happening with this. It'd be nice if REZ was able to edit these files, because then I could use that to maybe make the library do it as well. I wonder why Grace can't pick up the mixed herbs. Hello, indescribable. It's going fine. We got a basic key rando and item randomizer working now. You finished Diary 9 on my own. Yes, I've done several playthroughs. My own. And I've 100%ed the game now. I 100%ed the game yesterday. Last challenge I got was the Insanity run. So, yep. Everything done now. And now I can start working on the randomizer. Ignore contain inventories. This is yes. We also want inventory slot capacity setting. Base capacity. Base item box capacity and capacity data. I'll leave that for now. Let's see. I've enjoyed it a lot. I don't know who's better because I think it depends on your play style, but obviously the Grace is more survival horror, Leon's more action. It's really all it comes down to. There is a large section at the start of Leon's main bit, which is a bit of a... It can be a bit of a slog. But the second half of Leon's campaign is very cool. Yeah, if you're working in something like C# and you're making a big application, you really want an IDE. Because it just gives you all the auto completion, refactoring tools, build and debug, everything all nicely together in one. For other things, I just use VS Code. I've never used Sed, but I assume it's just another text editor. I mean, people debate whether VS Code is an IDE because it does so much. I guess an IDE is something that would typically have kind of an end-to-end process for some sort of project. So an IDE, you would expect to go new project, and it would create all the template code for you, and then you expect to be able to just build it, run it, debug it, and have all the features of a particular language built in. Whereas VS Code, you have to do a lot of stuff purely in code or JSON. Like if I want to set my debug configs, I have to do that in JSON. I can't just create a new project in VS Code. I have to create the files myself. You can get extensions that do a lot of stuff for you, but that's then just an extension, isn't it? It's not something that's fully integrated. A lot of text editors have language server integration now, so that is kind of compiler capability because it's essentially doing a parse of the file you're editing and giving you all the features you'd expect in an IDE. But yeah, I just think of IDE as having like a very defined workflow on a specific tool chain or technology. Visual Studio, it has a very good end workflow for C++ and C# and other .NET languages. And you can extend Visual Studio to support other languages too, other things. So now should be able to easily get information about the you can do what. So look. User 00. I'm guessing that's Grace. Or maybe it's Leon. Select S and S. Okay, so yeah, 00 is great. This is funny. Namsky sent me this. I'm guessing this is like he's so this must be the building where you first see the Titan spider, and you must have clipped through the wall, and you can just see it that it's their rating for your approach. Okay, maybe 0 is Grayson because it's what it chooses to ignore. Hi, Georgie. Yes, so first of all, we needed a new RE framework that worked with RE9. And then REZ needs to be updated, and they needed to dump RSZ information. And then that needs, like, going through and documenting. Which, again, the developer of REZ did mostly for us. And I did a bit of cleanup. But otherwise, we're using pretty much a lot of the code from the other randomizers. So, yeah, we've got basic item rando and key rando working now. Thank you. Yeah, really. It's funny, Mel, because I was thinking maybe I should do AMSR streams. So it would be the same thing, but just without my voice. I've got a basic key rando working, Def. So, actually, I know you're doing tongue-in-cheek, but I have made significant progress. What I would like, so I've already found my first, sequence break. If you go and use the West key card without doing the Emily cutscene, then none of the enemies spawn, and none of the other events work. So I guess that's like one of the first things we could try fixing to see if we can just avoid that. In what way did I see what happens? You mean how they do it? I think Kuss. Oh, yes. Yeah, I did know about that. It's the same reason. Like, now that Namsku's added the clip functionality, well, I suppose there was already a clip plugin that AFK sent me as well. But essentially, if you clip through the door, the section where the girl follows you is unloaded, and also the Leon section that you do in the care home to start off with is it's kind of semi-loaded. You can go in there, but it doesn't quite load parts of the room. But yeah, it would be good if we could like make it so you can go back to those areas after you get to the main section of the game. Is one side L mode only? Have a look at what that corresponds to. Right, okay. So this object here is what tells the game to automatically pick up the Requiem, automatically encrypt it as well. What's odd is that is skip collected weapon. Oh, that might be to do with whether you already doing it in No Game Plus. So even though it has 1 in the item, it's overriding that 1 anyway here. So yeah, that's basically the whole Requiem pickup. Character spawn. That might be the thing that spawns race. Gimmick set action could be doing all sorts of things. I like this one. Player mental state. Scared. So in C#, var is, it infers it from whatever you're setting it to. So if I hover over this var here, it says system.string. All it's doing is inferring that it's a string from this variable. So if I put that, it generates exactly the same code. Var is just like automatically inferring the variable type. As for whether you use int, float, bool, that really depends on what you are using it for. Bool is for true or false. Int is for a number. Float is for a number that can be a decimal place. Yeah, we could probably swap the Requiem to give you a different gun or something. Or maybe just not have that at all. You just don't get anything. Yeah, I imagine the mental state it controls the sound effects and how fast she's running and whether she falls over and things like that. Context ID. Probably, but we're already finding things that work for both. I mean, that's essentially what the Leon only mod is doing, right? It's allowing him to do a lot of the Grace only bits. What am I making right now? Randomizer for RE9. Yeah. Or maybe just his RE2R version. Doesn't normally. It doesn't take this long to do RE4 scans. Static instance ID. Okay. Requiem. Okay. So some kind of disabling of that item. What about this one? Rest key card. So that's hiding that, I suppose, from sharing. And then the wristband level 3. is also hidden for some reason. I guess because we don't want that to be picked up other than in the cutscene. I think RE Engine is based on Unity. I mean, bind components just my own method, but if you're thinking about game objects, components, transforms, that sort of thing, there's no coincidence there. That is what a lot of game engines do now, and RE Engine is very similar to Unity. Yeah. This will be the key card. Nope, that's still the Requiem. I can't tell you how RE3R would work, but Namsku will know because he's writing the randomizer for RE3R, so I'm sure he knows how to change the items. Every game's kind of different. Like, this is not the same as RE4 in terms of items. But yeah, welcome in Blue Off. Okay, so is this a key card? Yes. Hmm. Doesn't look difficult. I've already got items randomization. I was just having a look at how we can do a bit more sequence breaking. Because right now, if you don't do things necessarily in the right order, well, you could end up soft locking. Thank you, Rig, for the sub. Right, okay, so I've added a preserve tag now, so I can make it so you always get the key card in the same place. And then you own the soft lock. I don't know, really. Right now, Requiem is the focus, just because it's brand new, and I guess we've set ourselves a challenge to kind of see how quickly we can get a rando out for a game that's only that only came out last week, essentially. It'd be pretty cool to get a rando out so quickly. Yeah, we'll eventually go back to Village though and finish that off. I did get stuck with trying to add new enemies spawns, but I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. I think, yeah, I think Rec Room will be more popular. There's more potential as well, because there's so many different mechanics. There's more mechanics than a Village has with this game, given the 2 different character changes. And also it's a bit more, there's a few things that you can do in any kind of order, which helps with randomizers. You're not. I think it's coming almost my I miss my affiliate anniversary? Might have done, but yeah, I've been streaming for 2 years now. That said, not that frequently, but I think I try and do it once a month in some cases. Sometimes it's quite frequent just based on what I'm working on. I think I might do quite a few streams just because I'm working on this rando. It's new and exciting, and also the game's quite quick to boot up, which I like. 4 hours messing. It has some real issues with the resolution keeps changing like 10 times when I boot up the game. Isn't great. And with this sort of stuff, you're constantly restarting the game. Yeah, I'll try and make more of an effort going forward. I know that some of the enemies have specific coordinates as part of their spawn, which must control like their patrol patterns and various things like that. But what you just said might be stored in like some of the method files. wild. I've been doing it for a long time. Got it the wrong way. That's worked. Elaine Monage. Thank you for lurking, and yeah, glad to bring so much enjoyment to the community. I think Capcom should hire me. I don't think they would pay me as much as my current job. Yeah, that's the thing. The assumption is, you know, that I don't have a job and therefore Capcom can hire me. But reality is, I do have a good job. The Capcom would have to give me a deal that was much better than that. I mean, they can just, you know, donate to my Ko-fi like everyone else if they want to do. I mean, yeah, they're making it harder to mod the games, so it doesn't sound like they want this thing to happen. Obviously, it's a moot point because no matter how much they try and make it harder to mod, modders just find a way around it. Still not working. I don't know who's calling the shots with this obfuscation against modding, or what their rationale is. Like, I could understand it for a game like Street Fighter, where because it's, you know, competitive online, they need to make sure that people don't cheat. But this is, for this game, it's single player only. Okay, that's better. Cool. I wouldn't say easily circumvented. If you look at the code for RE Framework, it has to do a lot of complicated stuff to get around it. Like they have, like they spin off separate threads that deliberately crash the game if it notices something's been modified, and then they randomize the thing that would crash, so it always crashes in a different place every time you run the game, just to really confuse modders. And yeah, obviously making it harder to dump the RSZ. Just doing various things to confuse modders. So yeah, you know, it's, I guess people like Prey Dog are just clever enough to figure out and have the patience to get around these things. I mean, most of their... I would expect their focus on money and purchases and everything like that is the console market. That's going to be far higher than PC gamers. And there's just no modding on consoles, so they don't need to worry about it. That's interesting. I guess he heard the gunshot. Didn't think the chef wandered about until he'd done the kitchen. But then again, I don't normally go into that room at the rally. So... Really, 50%? has he come out of his kitchen already? I wish you would stop doing it. First shot. Yeah, could be something like that. I'm going to see if the bulldozer comes. Make sure that isn't broken because we've gone here early. And also that item's randomized. Okay, that's not working. Is that override manual? Okay, that's cool. But yeah, it's basically the bulldozer's still not coming, so I wonder what the specific trigger for that is. Not that it matters, like if that bulldozer doesn't come, it's not actually a soft lock, you know? Six injectors. These guys haven't spawned in. Yeah, unfortunately that's just how it is, AFK. It's the same system as RE8 and possibly RE7. Well, I think maybe even 2R and 3R use it as well. And yeah, it does mean that essentially a lot of things have to follow a certain sequence. I was having real trouble trying to change the sequencing of stuff in Village because of it. If you look at how the skip intro and skip orphanage works, that essentially added there's like a component you can add called area hit transition or progression, and what they effectively do is for every state they add something that says if you're in this area, go to the next state, and they make the area that it looks for huge, like massive radius, so that you're always in the area and it immediately goes to the next state. So then essentially the intro, it just goes quickly through all the states, and then you're on the next level sort of thing. Now the zombies are there, so I think going into the kitchen causes them to spawn. Because when I was up there, they weren't there. Minus 4-3. Yep, we've just got a basic key randomizer and item randomizer working now. I'm just fixing like the issues. Hey, Shiny. Okay. Pantry key makes the chef roam. Is that what you're saying? What about in normal though? Because he has the pantry key in casual. That can't be the trigger. Also, I'm surprised that it would be whether you have a key item or not, as opposed to picking up a specific item spawn. But maybe that's what why the bulldozer isn't spawning either, because it expects you to have the specific key item. But then it would have to check too, right? Because you wouldn't have the box after. Well, all I'm saying is that in this randomizer that I've just made, the chef came out of the kitchen almost immediately upon entering that corridor, based on picking up the wristband, the pantry key, and the... I mean, if anything, it's going to be the wristband, right? That's what makes the chef move around. Yeah, I'm hoping we can unlock the Leon only area and the Grace only area as well. It'd be nice if you could go back to the nurse's station or back to where Leon has the chainsaw fight. Catering. I mean, the rando should just allow any combination of things, really. Then it will be controlled by the sliders. Yeah, on the other hand, we could just make lickers have less health, less HP, so that you can actually shoot it with a handgun before it kills you. Yeah, I know loads of languages, Ark. Too many to list. But I don't always use them. You forget them sometimes. You have to look up syntax and various things online. Right, I'm trying to figure out why the blood collector never gets its own mesh. I specifically... repo from log name blood collector. There's 2 blood collectors. Of course there's 2 blood collectors. No, why are there 2 blood collectors? Types of blood collectors, I mean, not instances of them. Nah, I mean, there's like 2 different definitions of a blood collector. Which is what odd, really. I don't know what the difference between them would be. Unless the lab one starts with a different number of... Maybe the lab one has the extension on it. Like the 150. Let me just check if both are used. So one is 9906. Zero. The other one is 3. I don't think that other blood collector's used, but it might be the one that's upgraded. But it's not used in the sort of vanilla game. There's 3 different blood collectors. I reckon they're the different values, and one's probably 100, 150, and 200. Okay, so that's why those meshes weren't getting changed. Let's see if this works then. If I do save here, the trainer. And then load a different area of the map. And then load back. There we go. It's got the right model now. Although the rotation's a bit crap. Wonder if reset the rotation on this? Okay. I need to reset the cache. No, okay, resetting the position doesn't help with that. So if we wanted that to be a bit more visible, then we're going to have to alter the positional rotation. Thank you, Big Boss, for the raid. How was your stream? Guess what we're working on? Yeah, good, thank you. Are you enjoying Requiem? You 100%ed it yet? I have, I did it yesterday. And that's why I'm now working on a randomizer. Let me guess, it was the sniper section with the last raccoon. Yes and no. The game has a lot more protection against modding, and you can't just drop a pack file in the game directory anymore. It will not load it. Therefore, we have to have a hard requirement for RE framework now, which gets around. It circumvents a lot of the protection against modding the game. So yeah, we can still use pack files or just have a natives folder in the game directory that it will load, but only using RE framework. I know, but some people that maybe aren't so tech savvy, the idea was they just go on the website, they download one file, they shove it in their game directory, and yeah, they got a randomizer. Now there's the extra step of having to install RE framework. But yeah, apart from that, it's no different from any other RE engine game in terms of modding. Yeah. Also, Bamsky's made a pretty nice trainer as well. Good people need to like give themselves key items or clip through walls or something. I don't know. Whatever is needed to get around some soft locks or really difficult situations. Right, let's make sure that still works. So if I now load this one. Ooh. It's weird. Right. Right, so you're already out. I'm going to try something now. If we do exactly the same thing, don't pick up the wristband, let's see if you still come out. Just not even worth considering, really. It's, as I've can see, like, it's never been done before. I don't know any RE engine mod that had to get an enemy from another game, because it requires probably actual code in the XE to control it. Unless the enemy is like in the game files already based on content or something left in from the previous game, it's just unlikely to ever happen because it's far too complicated. And that said, you're more likely to be able to modify existing enemies, their animations, or kind of behavior, likely. Has it been that long? Lose track of time when you do this sort of thing. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we can put these transfusion bags and we can put whatever, however much blood we want in it. That's quite cool. We got a basic key and item randomizer working. It's the key, I mean the key rando is only like the first few rooms, but it proves the concept and I'm just fleshing it out. And now just deciding sort of what items it needs to place randomly. Obviously we don't want it to place things like weapons all over the place, so this is a filtered list of items that it should be setting any item to that won't be a key item. Let's, let's- Ready. Okay, so we default. I'm not sure about anti-coin. For a start, it's only going to matter for the care home, and I think it makes sense to kind of just say how many it should place. But then we might want to alter how many coins it requires to get them. Nice. Smedge, that's... sounds like a great mod. I think you got something there. You're onto something. Hi, Gonza. Thank you. No problem. Hope you've been enjoying all the randomizing, and looking forward to the RE9 one. That's if you play RE9, obviously. 150 hours. That's nice. Certainly more than me. I don't get to play it much because too busy developing. Nice. What are the 4 achievements that you haven't done yet? Guessing they're the long-winded ones. Yeah, insanity. Are you going to do that legit, or are you going to use infinite ammo? Being models is easy one to do. Although you don't get all your money back. You get 1,000 as a reward for something that costs like 3,000 altogether. There isn't actually a achievement for final puzzle, probably because they know that some people might not be able to complete that. So that ends up being just an optional thing in the game. Basically, all the achievements one-to-one mapping with challenges, apart from like the ones that you get during the story anyway. With the exception of final puzzle, you do not get there's no achievement for that. It's because I haven't kind of done the whole care center. I need to go through and assign every item to what room it is and what doors require what items. But it proves the concept. Right, I need to go and get something to eat, but I'll just BRB for now until I get back. Listen to this sweet music. I'm gone. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Hey Edger, how you doing? How was Fable? That's like an old game. But I know Emily keeps going on about wanting to play it. Fun. When did it come out, this anniversary edition? It's quite recent, isn't it? Doom 3 I've never played. I've only played that really recent one that came out. And I don't think I even completed it. For some reason you can't get the game to load my loose files. What, even from restarting the game? What type of files are they? I'll show you what I've done, Edger. Not bank. That's an unknown, but user you'd hope would work, wouldn't you? Okay, so the first thing, Edger, you'll notice is that we now have every item enabled. So regardless of what difficulty you play on, you'll get all your casual, standard, and insanity item placements. Which is pretty cool. I've got item randomizer working. We've also got a key randomizer. I did actually randomize this key as well. However, this cutscene happening is tied to all other events. So if we don't do this cutscene, then none of the zombies spawn in the care home. So I guess spawning this key card is the only way. I suppose we might be able to spawn the other key card, but yeah, we're going to have to do a lot of thinking about how the sequencing will work and whether we can just get everything happening. Thank you though, Edger, for the sub. What's funny though is because I've picked up the red jewel already, Mr. Chef here will already be coming out of the kitchen. So yeah, we got random item there, random item there. Don't think that's randomized yet. The bars breakage. Random item. Here's a item that Grace can't pick up because it's a Leon only item. I can go in here already. Another random item there. Pink ribbon. We can open the pantry already. I guess that's nothing interesting per se, but what it is our ability to go this way already. This is a sequence break. And as a result of doing this, if I were to go into the basement and pick pick up that item, the bulldozer will not spawn. I don't know if that's because I've randomized the box or whether it's to do with the sequence breaking. That's something I need to investigate. More random items. There's 10 homeo. That's 10 injectors. GG's. So yeah, I haven't played around with the quantities you get yet. That will have to be balanced. 55 antique coins. And we're using this. Oh, I think this is a good idea to showcase. Right, can you see how there's no zombies in here? So I don't know what event specifically triggers them. But yeah, they're just not there. So yeah, that's how far I've got. Yeah, long way to go. But, you know, it doesn't take too long to do these things if they just work. Enemies will be obviously more interesting, potentially more harder to do. And this is what the items look like. So we can change the distribution of our different types, and then probably I'll have a slider for all the different types and how much you get of each. It's optional whether you change the item models as well. And Kuss has already added some sliders for changing the difficulty. Yep, a lot of potential here. And we also have a lot of thanks to Namsku for making this really good trainer. It's already got so many things that it can do, and more is on the way, particularly with helping us find out more information about things in the levels. The chapter jump is interesting. Didn't work when I tried it, but maybe he's working on this. Or maybe it's because only certain chapters will load properly. Sometimes it works, okay. Yeah, they tend to like divide the game into chapters, even if there isn't a clear chapter marker. You can assume that any time it does a long loading screen, that's a new chapter. or any time it switches character. So yeah, made a lot of progress today. I've been streaming for way over 8 hours now, so it's time for me to take a break. But what I am going to do is send you all over to Namsku, who will be helping out also with this randomizer. At the moment, he's just doing a lot of dev work with the trainer. The more features the trainer has, the quicker we can progress with this randomizer. So that's what he's working on. So let's all go and support him. Thank you for all the subs and raids, of course. Appreciate all the support. And yeah, just coming here to watch. Hopefully it won't take too long before we get a playable randomizer. So yeah, keep an eye out for when I stream again. I hope to do more streams for dev, particularly in the early stages where it's quite fun to work on the randomizer. I'll see you all next time.